let's get this stream on the go. So, plan for today is to pretty much just continue digging out this area here. And then, hopefully, once I get that dug out, the next step will be down in the pit. Like the deep part of the pit. And as of right now, the paver I don't think is going to be happening because I don't want pavement on this. I want gravel or tailings. So I think the only way that that's going to happen is by hand. And I really don't want to mess around with that right now. So right now I'm gonna dump that truck, and then I'm gonna start digging. So let's get this going. So. I don't think I got too. Oh, I got lots to remove, but in comparison to what I started off with, I mean, not doing too bad. Considering if anybody is currently looking into it, they will notice that all of my all of the videos for Out of Ore are now labeled and numbered episode-wise. The titles are pretty much the exact same title with a little hint of what happened during said episode. So if anybody wants to fall back and look at the progression, then they can go back and do that. Oh, that's what I went on over there for. I forgot. go get this a little bit out of here first. Just gonna work on getting rid of the big chunks now. Actually, no. I'm gonna do one more scoop here. So I am sure that lump right there is gonna end up tying me up eventually. So I am going to get rid of it now. looking for any operators that want to drive the trucks or the roller. Unless you've been in here, and then I'm looking for anybody that wants to run the loader. Alright, actually, I'm thinking that that looks like some solid stone. If that is solid stone, then I gotta hit that with some explosive. No, it's not. I already hit it with explosives. Okay. So I'm probably going to be getting a couple phone calls here during stream. Got a couple things I got to be taken care of here, so don't be surprised if I am AFK for a bit when said stuff happens. Trying to deal with lovely warranty issues on my vehicle. Not fun. Especially when you deal with a company that does not like the idea of having to fork over the money to fix something that's technically something that they kind of agreed with at the beginning of the purchase. But hoping to get that cleared up. of the warranty issues. So I'll be having about a 6-hour stream today. Auto saving. So if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe to all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, click that thumbs up button. It helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments below saying you're interested, and I will do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you drive truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove you're not a troll. Then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this type of content. The more the merrier. I think it's an extra loading thing because M joined as soon as it auto-saved.
Afternoon. Morning.
How's it going?
It's going.
Feel better?
A lot better.
That's good. I'm not sick, but I wish I could say the same. Yeah,
What's
but
going on today?
I got another company of some sorts trying to fuck me over. Yeah, I know, big surprise, right? So, we have a company up here called Summit GM, which is the General Motors company that basically they went out and they bought other dealerships just to start this off. They bought a Hyundai dealership down south where they get a lot of their stock from. That we bought a 2017 Chevy Terrain off of them. They fucked us over on that vehicle as fast as they possibly could. Salesperson, finance person, you name it, or the salesperson sold it to us without the idea of the vehicle having the problem that it had. But finance person decided to play it off as a fucking joke. So we went in and basically told them, we're having a mechanical issue that, according to this paper here, says it's essentially covered. And they turn around and say, no, it's not. It's basically the part that you need to be replaced is the one piece out of the three pieces that are, like, the piece that's attached to it and the piece that's attached on the other end of it are covered, but the piece that's in the middle is not. So what it was the windshield motor on the driver's side of this vehicle was toast. So everything except for the motor itself was covered by warranty. So we're like, all right, well, that's absolutely fucked. Basically, you guys sell us a vehicle that was defective, and for us to turn around, basically take this vehicle without knowing that this was a problem. We barely owned the vehicle at the time. We come back to say, hey, there's a problem with the vehicle. You guys look at us and say, well, too bad, fix it. It's your fault, your problem. So we're like, well, that's not the case. We're not very happy. We want this fucking corrected. We just spent a bunch of money with you guys on a vehicle, and you essentially just turn around and tell us too fucking bad. So we weren't happy there. We turn around and get a 2024 Hyundai Tucson. The only thing is, this vehicle, they didn't have it in their lot. They had it in a lot in a city that was, what, 7 hours away? So we said, okay, we'll take it. They bring it up. We drive it for a little while, and now we're having whoever it is that invented the auto wiper needs to smack up the side of the head with a brick. The inventor, the engineer. Yeah, the engineer of the auto wiper, like the auto sensing wipers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because, like I've said, what the weather is up here, it's a giant shit show of cold. So we went out for a drive, and the wipers were working fine. I scraped off the window and all that kind of stuff. We went out for a drive, and the snow melted onto the fucking wiper. And when it froze onto the wiper, the auto wiper decided to sense some snow on the fucking window, and it decided to try and go. Well, instead of both of them going, only one went. The driver's side decided it was gonna just stay where it was because it was frozen to the fucking window. So, me being the mechanic, I already know this because I just replaced this exact same problem in my truck not last year. It's, I don't know if you know anything mechanical wise. If I was to say the wiper transmission, so you
Yep.
basically have the wiper motor, and then you have the linkage that comes off the motor that goes to the wiper arm. Well, the wiper transmission is what was faulted in my truck. Now, as far as I'm concerned, this vehicle that we have now that has this problem is a 2024 model. We don't even have 2,300 kilometers on it. I don't know what to convert that to into miles, but your typical warranty is 80,000 kilometers to, or 100,000 kilometers, or 5-year warranty. We haven't owned the vehicle for a year yet. The vehicle is only a 2024 model, so it's still fucking pretty new. And so I went in and told them, hey, we bought this car from you. So I really don't think it matters whether they got it from somewhere else or not. It's we got it from them. So they turn around and look at us and say, essentially, too fucking bad. It's like, if it's covered by the Hyundai warranty, then you're gonna have to send it to fucking Hyundai, which the closest dealership is a 4.5 hour fucking drive. And we are in winter, it is snowing, and my concern and issue is my driver's side windshield wiper is not functioning. So what does that tell you? Clearly, vehicle is not fucking safe to drive. So for me to, how am I supposed to get the vehicle down to, it's Edmonton that it has to go, which is the capital city of fucking Alberta. We're a 4.5 hour drive north of there. So it's unfeasible. But all they did was too fucking bad. It's like, if you really have any concerns, oh, you're gonna have to contact Hyundai and see what they want to do about it. It's like, or here's a way that you can keep the customer happy and not stick to the fucking typical reputation of, why am I ever gonna buy local again because you guys have done nothing but fuck us over. How about instead of fucking us over, you fix the problem? And it's a very simple, quick fix to this problem. You fix it, and you send the company that the warranty is supposed to get taken care of to the bill. Done. Then I wouldn't be freaking out. I would have a vehicle that I would continue to enjoy. Like, everybody would be happy. But no, instead they want to be the cheap fucking pieces of shit that they are and fuck us over again for the second time. It's like, I think it would be different, a little bit different, if I wasn't trying to be fucked over 3 ways from Sunday from every single turn I seem to be trying to make. I probably wouldn't be half as pissed off about it if every single thing that I've had to deal with over, I'd say over at least just the last 6 fucking months, has been nothing but a giant piss off in some way, shape, or form.
There you go.
Hey, how's it going?
How about yourself?
Fantastic.
So yeah, at this point in time, I went and called the original dealership that had the vehicle that I have before they sent it up here, and asked them what to do about it. And they basically said, nicely, they said kind of the same thing, but without the, like, just deal with it yourself kind of attitude. They at least gave me the, well, it will have to come to a Hyundai dealership because you have to have a certified Hyundai mechanic work on it, period. And apparently the company that we bought this vehicle from doesn't have one of those, so we have to bring it to the closest one, which is a 4.5-hour drive. So that's already pissing me off, but at the same time, I'm not pissed off at them for essentially, here's the only way that we can deal with it. But they did give me the number to the dealership that was closer and seen what I could do with them. The guy that I was talking to looked at me as a mechanic who owns this vehicle, not just a random customer that owns this vehicle. So he did say, essentially, it's a safety feature that is kind of built into it, where if the wiper did freeze to the window, there's a nut that's going to back off on it just to prevent any further damage. And if that is the case, all you got to do is tighten it down and done deal, problem solved. And if not, warranty will cover what is wrong with it. And I had to make sure when I mentioned it to him, it's like, okay, so if I went out there and tightened it myself, I'm not going to void the warranty by being the one that tightens it. He's like, well, if you don't make it worse. Well, at the same time, all I'm doing is tightening down one fucking nut. It's either going to work or it's not. There's no making it worse. So I got no problem with that part. But he did say, it's like, so all you got to do is either tighten it down, and if that fixes it, awesome. If it doesn't fix it, we'll go from there. So this guy helps me. The dealership that we bought the goddamn thing from literally just went, too bad, fuck you, when they could have simply done the same thing as this guy did. Or they literally could have went out, took the 2 minutes and said, well, we tried to tighten it and it fixed the problem. For now, you can take it and done deal. But instead, they just wanted to turn around and say, no, fuck you, too bad. So, I'm livid at the company that has tried to fuck us over twice now.
And you've already done a really good thorough search to make sure that part wasn't listed at any point in time as a recall item, right?
No, it wouldn't be a recall. It's the, like I said, it's the transmission, the windshield wiper transmission is what it is. And when anybody thinks transmission, they think the contraption attached behind the engine that has all the gears and stuff. All a transmission is for a windshield wiper is literally linkage. It's the part that the windshield wiper motor spins and then makes the windshield wiper arm move back and forth. So all that part is. So in this case, if you were to take the windshield wiper arm off, there's a nut that holds that arm on, and then there's almost like a little bit of a spline that it sits on, so that there's a little bit of like grip instead of it just being a nut. Well, that spline, when I did it with my truck, that spline is very, like, there's hardly anything to it. So if it's when it strips, 9 times out of 10 when it strips, it's hooped. But like the guy that I was talking to on the phone down south was saying the same. He was saying, like, at this point in time, you could crank it down and problem solved. Or you could crank it down and still be in the same situation you're in, and regardless of the fact, at least now you know problem is still the problem, and you had a chance to be able to fix that problem and not have to worry about it. So like I said, at least the guy that was down south tried to fucking help me instead of just straight up fuck you, too bad. Warranty's not going to cover it, even though technically warranty does cover it. It's just this dealership doesn't deal with the warranty. We'd have to fucking ship it 4.5 hours south, if not farther south. Like it's the way they went about it is what pisses me off the most. It's like, again, they've fucked us over once already. You think at this point in time they'd be like, oh, well, let's try not to absolutely fucking piss him off again. But no, instead they're like, well, we're just gonna double down on this fuck you moment. And again, I get it when it comes to if there's a warranty issue and something like that happens. Like, I get that there's certain steps and procedures that you have to go about it, but you think at the same time, instead of just calling up and saying nope, not covered, or you have to deal with them, they could have done the research that I had to go and do to fucking come back and say, hey, you got this is what you might have to do. If you want, just go out and try and tighten the nut. If it fixes it, awesome. If it doesn't fix it, come back and we'll talk about it and see what we can do about it. Like, that's a way to keep a customer happy, not just a no warranty, no, don't cover it, too bad. Like, fuck you. Like, that's it. We just spent a fortune on a vehicle with your company, and it's the, what was it, 30 feet or 30 seconds, 30 feet, the 30-30 rule. You own the vehicle for either 30 seconds or you get off the lot 30 feet and then they forget about you. And at this point in time, I have no problem putting their shitty company on blast. I just wish I had a way bigger following so that I could, like, spread the fucking word around the world at this point. Just, this company is shitty, don't ever fucking go there. And the guy that I was talking to from the original company that we bought it from mentions, like, oh, I have to defend my company that I'm working for, and it turns out the guy hasn't even been there for fucking 6 months yet. Like, I was half tempted to look at him and be like, are you seeing a trend here? You've been there for less than 6 months. I'm telling you how shit this company is. The guy that I wanted to talk to that I knew was essentially running one of the departments up there isn't working there anymore. The other person that you took the place of isn't working there anymore. And it's certainly not because they left on their own fucking accord. One person left on their own accord because they found out how shit the company was. The other people got let go because of how shit they are. But it's, I don't know. Again, it's the concept of how much I've been fucked over by every other thing that's been going on lately, that I think I'm finally at my limit of bullshit to deal with. It's like I'm either gonna deal with it, or either they're gonna fucking just fix it, or I'm gonna go fly off the fucking handle at this point. Like, there's one way or the other. I either lose my shit or they fix the problem, and there's no other way around it. So yeah, probably at some point in time today, don't be surprised if I get a phone call, and then when I get back, I am all pissed off and fucking fuming over it again.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, and yesterday I also found out that I will be getting an appointment for another fusion surgery.
Not good. Well, good, but not good.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. I don't know if knowing that I'm getting said appointment is going to relieve or increase the amount of stress that I'm gonna have on myself thinking about the damn thing. But apparently I have a, well, pinched nerve again in my neck. Doctor went and checked my reflexes, and he hit the reflex on my right knee and my right elbow, and they worked fine, and the reflexes on my left knee and left elbow kind of just flip-flopped. A fish out of water kind of thing instead of the standard reflex. So when he did that, he looked at me funny, and I looked at him and I said, "That's not good." He's like, "Nope." It's like, so we're gonna set you up for surgery to get the C6-7 vertebrae fused together. So I've already got C5 and 6 together. Now I'm gonna have C5 through 7. And in thinking about that, it might also be another reason why I'm not exactly the happiest when it comes to somebody telling me that they're trying to fuck me over in another way. But he did tell me that, so the original surgery fused together C5 and 6. The fusion that he's going to be doing is going to fuse together 6, 7. Apparently, I have a starting of a herniated disc on C4, 5. But because of the fact that the degenerative disc disease has basically like I've done pretty much nothing since 2021, and I did not have these herniated discs before 2021. I only had the one. So for me to be doing essentially nothing while still getting the herniated discs, he said there's a very good chance that I'm going to end up needing to go back in and get another surgery later on anyway. And at this point in time, there's no reason for him to go in and do both at the same time, because there's also a chance that I might not have to go in for the third time around. So it's, yeah. He's alleviating it to the point where going in and doing the work now may cause me to end up having to go back later, but at the same time, not going in and doing it now may prevent me from having to go back in later. So it's complicated. Alright, nice wants a hydrate. Alright, I'll give you a hydrate. There you go. Points well spent, because I definitely needed that. Especially after that splur of warranty things going on, fused vertebrae, potential fused vertebrae, and yeah. Not really. I don't know how much of the spiel you caught out of what I was just saying, but so yesterday I was informed that I will be getting a new, well, not a new, but I'm getting another surgery. When, I'm not 100% sure, because he hasn't really scheduled it in yet, but I will be getting another surgery to get, so my previous surgery was the 5-6 C-spine. Vertebrae are fused together. So now I'm going in for a C6-7 spine fusion. That's what the new appointment is for. Because apparently I have another pinched nerve in my neck due to a herniated disc. Yeah. And then today, vehicle issue. We have a 2024 Hyundai Tucson, and we live in the stupid cold weather. So what ended up happening with the vehicle, we were out for a drive, wiper was working fine, auto sensing wiper was turned on, and the guy that invented that should get a smack up the side of the head with a brick. But auto sensing was on, The wiper froze to the windshield as we were out driving. All of a sudden, some snow hit the fucking window. Auto sensing decided to go off. The passenger side wiper decided to go. The driver side wiper decided it was going to stick to the window. So it did not go. And now every time I turn on the wipers, the passenger side goes, but the driver's side does a little, and that's it. Like, it's not working right. So the vehicle we bought from a company here in town. The dealership was a company called Summit GM. If anybody ever wants to deal with a company, don't deal with them. And in the process of, so again, like I said, we've owned this vehicle for less than a year. It's a 2024. So naturally, we buy it off a company here. We expect to go there and say, hey, problem, warranty, fix it, and then give it back to us. Like any other self-respecting fucking company out there. They take the vehicle and go, we'll look into it. They call us back and say, nope. You have to deal with Hyundai itself. The nearest Hyundai dealership is a 4.5 hour drive. So 4.5 hours to get there, and then it would, however long it would take for them to repair it, and then a 4.5 hour drive back. So I'm like, no. We bought this fucking vehicle with warranty. At this point in time, the way I would look at it, it's either you guys fix it, send the company that the warranty is related to the fucking bill, I don't care, and then give us our vehicle back, or find a way to go around this or do something about it. One, to make the customer happy that you've fucked over once already. And the only reason we're still dealing with them is because of the finance person trying her hardest to make us happy about it. The vehicle that we owned just before this was a 2017 GMC Terrain. And again, we went and bought the fucking warranty, the extra warranty that came with it. And we had a driver's side window motor go out on it. Apparently the plug that plugs into the motor would have been covered, and the mechanism after the motor would have been covered, but the motor itself wasn't covered. So that was a bill that we would have ended up having to take care of. And it's like, again, we barely owned the vehicle for, I think at that time we barely owned the vehicle for like 6 months. It's like, so, I don't get that. So, they fucked us over on that, and then they turn around and look at us and say, okay, well, we'll get you another vehicle, I'll get you into a better vehicle. Cost us a couple grand more than, so the 2017 cost us so much, and then it cost us a couple grand more to get into a 2024. So we're like, okay, awesome. 2024, basically a brand new model, or brand new vehicle at the time, all warranties and everything else. So if something happens, we just come in and get it fucking fixed. Not the case. So like I said, we had our windshield wiper decided to fuck up on us. And I go in and they look at me and say, well, we're not covering that. You're going to have to deal with Honda itself, or Hyundai itself. I strongly disagree with that statement. So I think we either need to get it repaired and send them the bill, or like for them to repair it and send the company that the warranty was supposed to be covered through the bill. We shouldn't have to worry about the fucking fact that we're a 4.5 hour drive from said company, considering we bought it from them. Or they need to figure out a way to get the vehicle down there at their cost, charge it to whoever it is that they got to do it to, and that be their fucking problem, not mine again. Like there's so many different fucking ways that they could have went about this instead of just, nope, too bad, and now you're pissed off, but I don't fucking care, is basically the attitude that I'm getting. So, like I said, as far as I'm concerned, Summit GM is shit. Don't ever buy from them. And me personally, when it comes to brands of vehicles, Chevy is my first choice. Yes, you get what you pay for as far as I'm concerned when it comes to that. Chevy is expensive, but the vehicles themselves, as far as I've seen, and I've been a mechanic for a bit, or been around a lot of this stuff for quite some time, as far as I've seen when it comes to vehicle breakdowns and things like that, it's, yeah, it's basically, Chevy is the best one that I've seen. Ford would be second, and I used to say I'd buy, like, it's Chevy, Ford, Toyota, Nissan, Suzuki, and something some Japanese engineer hasn't even made yet before I'd buy a Dodge. Personal opinion. Take that whatever way you want to take it. But every time I've ever worked on a Dodge, it felt like I was working on recycled plastic every time I was doing it. So, and every time I looked at what I was changing and all of that kind of stuff, it just seemed like everything was cheap. So again, the vehicles themselves, they are not expensive in comparison to Ford or Chev or Toyota or any of that. But like I said, you're essentially getting what you pay for there when it comes to that stuff too. And again, like I said, personal opinion. Yeah, and again, each vehicle has their perk as well. What was it? Chevy's got the strongest transmission. I think it's Allison transmission. Ford had the strongest differential, the locking differential. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Dodge used to have the best engine. And now I'm also talking in regards to like when they do a bunch of stress tests and things like that, this is what the info was. Now, again, all of that could have changed by now. But if I'm not mistaken, the Allison transmission, I think, was the transmission they actually started to put into tanks, like army tanks and shit like that. And at no time am I going to say that when a lot of people look at something and say army or military grade, you look at somebody that's not in the military and they look at it like awesome, and then you look at somebody that has been in the military veteran wise or anything like that, and you say military grade and they cringe. So that's what I'm going by. Like, so just because they started to put it in tanks does not mean that was a good decision. But Chevy don't have the Allisons no more. Huh? Yeah, if you want to hop in and operate a truck, by all means. Just join the Discord and the server info is there. Trying to multitask and read. Yeah, for sure, each brand is good at something. Yeah, Allisons were always the best, or always the bee's knees from what I hear. My computer is military grade. I need a new one. Yeah. Like I said, I've been paying attention to a lot of other YouTubers that are veterans, and that's what they've been talking about. It's like you get the veterans, and when you hear military grade, they go, "Ooh," like that's a scary statement. And then you get the civilian that hears military grade and thinks, well, if it's good enough for the military, it's good enough for me, kind of thing. But yeah, that's what I hear from there. But yeah, like I said,
Military grade translates to lowest bidder.
Yeah.
Now, if you were to say commercial grade or industrial grade, that's a little bit different.
Well, I honestly even think industrial grade would be the cheaper as well, because industrial just means they want to get as much of it out for the companies as possible. Consumer grade would probably be but yeah, T-Rose 420, however you want to pronounce that. If you want to hop in here and operate the truck, by all means. I got no problem having people operate truck and or roller until deemed competent. Or at least prove that you're not a troll, which still involves a little bit of time operating the truck and or the roller before that can happen. Military focuses on cheap, repairable, and yeah, lowest bidder. Well, I don't know about, see, as much as the cheap part, it's not really, it's contract wise too. So lowest bidder, they might still use good materials and still be able to give you the lowest bid. 9 times out of 10 they don't, but it can't always just fall back on cheap. But like I said, there is a good chance that they don't. Okay, I'm sick of the infinite loading screen on my end there for kick. Comes up. Yeah. Still don't fucking get that. No, I gotta fix that. So, T Rose, were you gonna come in here or? Alright, I'm gonna take that as a no. Alright. Yeah, I'll make it so nobody needs to keep their lights on, because that's just blinding, and I keep forgetting how dark the stream is when it's nighttime. And daytime.
Hey, you got the hint.
Well, you don't have to hint. You could just say, hey, Turn on the light. Make
Hey,
it
Kyle.
daytime.
Maybe he's a troll. Maybe we should put him back in a truck.
Just want to be a glowworm.
I ain't no troll.
Or better yet, bagger.
Yeah, nobody wants to torture me like that.
The beggar's the punishment, I guess.
They'll make me demote you guys to Muppet.
Muppet.
Muppet 1 and Muppet 2.
I want to be one of the old guys in the balcony.
Who's going to be Beaker?
Ooh. Rock, you can be the Swedish chef. Orndy dorndy doo.
You just widening up the front end of the area here, Kyle? Trying to, anyway.
Yeah, easier to back into.
Whoa. What novel do I gotta read here? Sorry to front a wall of text. I was looking at my mic stuff. You may be able to add a gain filter to your mic. Gain filter to your mic in your streaming software and increase the gain without picking up additional background sounds. Your voice is louder than if you have a threshold filter. I'm gonna adjust it so it definitely doesn't pick up sounds that you don't want to. Gain filter, if I'm not mistaken. The Go XLR Mini has gain filter.
saving.
They should really add cruise control to these trucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or at least make them the realistic speed. You know, the actual haul trucks out on site here can go like 80 kilometers an hour, which I have no idea what that converts to what you guys go by. Pick up, get that through. Just trying to help, and I'm also having problems with being too quiet. Yeah. I think most cases it's just my mic is a lot of times moved a little bit farther away from my face. But at the same time, adjusting some of this stuff can go from one drastic measure to another. Maybe make up gain under compressor. Okay, here, let's try this and see if that makes it any better. And are you sure you want to write yes? Now, so does that make it any different? Let's see if my mic is sitting right at the. So I know this is going to be like an Inception type of friggin' thing here, but so you see how when I'm talking, you see how I'm right at that yellow mark? Now, if I'm not mistaken, when I was doing all of the looking into this stuff, that's where I should be sitting. If I'm anything in the higher part of yellow, I'm really loud, and if I'm in red, I'm unbearably loud. So that's why I have the setting to that. But tell me if that made it any better. You said I think it helped some, but is that like very minute? If I bump it up a couple more, is that going to be too much? Or here, let's see. If I'm up at 16, does that sound any better? Or does that make any change at all? Actually, let's see if I come over here. So I'm sitting a little bit into the yellow now. Okay, so it is adjusting. All right, so that's good. Then I'll leave that as is then.
You're a little bit louder.
Is it better?
Oh my God,
Worse?
why are you screaming at the top of your lungs?
Yeah. Is it better, worse, just... Or is it just a little bit louder?
My ears.
Yeah.
Or are we just in the mood for pissing with you? No, it sounds better.
Okay. Should I bump that up a couple more, or am I good there? Nah, see, Discord has a volume adjustment. If they think I'm too loud, they can turn me down. Alright, I'll leave it there for now, and we'll see how it goes. So like I said,
I'm listening through YouTube.
Yeah, like again, I'm right at that. I'll show again. I'm right at that, right at the bottom of the yellow line. I'm pretty sure if I got anything higher than that, it would probably be too loud. And obviously red is unbearably loud. So. Alright. Well, we'll see about that and go from there. But thanks for the research, because at the same time, like I said, everything that I've done on here was basically I just went on YouTube or Google and tried to find out what was there. So I mean, what I had going wasn't bad, it was just low. So I think that's what the adjustment was more about too when I was looking into it, was making my voice more crisp when it comes through, instead of muffled or distorted or any of that kind of stuff. It was just, I think that's what the adjustments were about. I don't know if it had much to do with the being loud or quiet thing, but I can't remember because it's been quite some time since I messed around with it. Now, if there's only one thing that needs to be fixed now is the fog in this fucking game. If they could get rid of that, I'd be... So if I ask for clear skies, I want clear skies. I want clear, not semi-foggy
It's
because...
just simulating the Canadian wildfire smoke for us down here.
Oh, don't get me started on that shit. You're talking to the guy that lives in the city that's the #1 contributor of that fucking bullshit, so... I lived here in 2016 when the wildfire known as the Beast decided to fucking tear on through. The wildfire that was, I think it was twice the size of Manhattan, or I think the basic parts of the main big cities of the States. This wildfire trumped the size of those cities. Okay, well, that works. And again, if I know the computer the way I know the computer, I could have all of this fucking adjusted perfectly today, and sometime next week some kind of new update or something's gonna happen, and everything's just gonna go right back to shit again. So... don't be surprised if it comes back to that, but if it does... because if I didn't have a bad memory, I wouldn't have one at all. You probably just have to remind me about doing the same thing again. Yeah. Well, not only joy of computers, but joy of having Stream Deck, Go XLR Mini, and Streamlabs, or OBS, depending on whatever platform you're using. It's still having multiple different setups, systems, and everything else that all control audio and everything else. And then you also got your, in my case, Windows. They have their own fucking volume settings for everything. So all of a sudden it's like, well, we're gonna adjust our volume on this part, and we'll just let the other branches just catch up. Switching to OBS, yeah. It's way less of a resource hog. I can tell you that much. And again, if it wasn't for Baddie, he's a Twitch streamer. Wasn't for him telling me about it, I'd probably still be using OBS as well. Or still be using Streamlabs. But he He basically said, like, the resource hog that Streamlabs OBS is, you should get rid of it. So I went and looked into it. OBS itself is cheap, or it's free as well, and anything that you have on Streamlabs, you can literally just pop it over and go from there. Your audio is actually showing up perfectly yellow in my desktop audio tab. Okay. Well, that's good. So now the people that had the volume turned up are gonna end up coming in here and having their ears bleeding, but that just means they gotta turn it down, that's all. I am so done with fucking headaches.
Starting to get another one.
Yeah. I would not be surprised if this is a fucking stress headache, though. Which could also be a mixture of stress headache and tension headache, so... What now?
I don't see how it can be stress or anything. It's not like anything's stressing you or got you under tension.
You're fucking funny.
At my age, at least I'm fucking something.
Yeah, it just happened to be the, so I think they're the service, what's the name of the people that when you drive into the, into a dealership and they service request? I don't know what the fuck they are. Basically, when you drive in and you say, I have this problem, and then they go, yeah, they're service counter.
Coordinator.
There you go. Those people. That's the person that I just got the text from. It's like, just wondering if we're taking the vehicle in to get it diagnosed, or are you coming to take it? Because she hasn't given me the hard time about all of this, she's literally just doing her job. It's like, I will be taking my vehicle as I am not getting anywhere with Summit GM. As polite of me saying, as far as GM can go, fuck itself. have to give them the spiel of I am not happy and here's why, and because I am unhappy, I am not going to be telling anybody that this company is good. And let's see if I can put out enough of the, best way I could put it is enough of the pity party for them to come back and say, oh, okay, well, we'll fix this problem. I doubt it's going to happen. I'm not getting my hopes up on it. But at the same time, I'm also not going to ever deal with this company again. And if anybody asks where they should buy a vehicle, I am definitely not going to tell them to go there. Simple. Considering the amount of money that this company makes, the amount of like the fact that I'm just getting what I feel like I'm getting out of this is the excuse of, oh well, it's only one customer. That's basically what I'm getting out of this. So it's like, oh, it's only one person complaining, who cares? When in reality, and again, the only reason that I thought to go to this company was because they switched management. Like I said, the company used to be called AMP. I think it was American Motors Products, AMP, and then they switched to a company now called Summit. And I figured that they got rid of the management that was running that company's reputation into the dirt. And I was told by a couple people that dealt with them that things have changed up there, so on and so forth. And I honestly think that when they said that it changed, it's probably because they bought brand new, and they probably bought GMC brand new from them. So it was like, oh, we have all of the specific mechanics here for exactly that vehicle, whatever, so we don't have to deal with anything at all. It's literally all in-house of what we have here, and that's it. So I think that's the only reason that they say that it changed. But once you throw a vehicle from an alternate branch that they own, it turns into the fine print that nobody reads. And I don't have the patience to deal with that. It's like, if I go to a dealership, regardless of the vehicle that I am buying at said dealership, if there's a warranty on that vehicle, then it should be covered by that dealership. That's simple. You go to Chevy and buy a Ford, and that Ford has fucking warranty, and that vehicle gets broken, and you go back to Chevy, then they should be able to say it will be fixed. Done deal. And the same thing, you slap any company in the first slot and any company in the second slot. If same situation all around. I shouldn't have to deal with every other company if I bought it from them. Very simple. And the part that gets me worked up the most is the fact that this is basically the second time around. The first time was I thought the company changed, so I thought they would be better. And the vehicle that we have now was their fucking their damage control. I was pissed, went in and told them how pissed off I was out of what they attempted to do to us. They got us into what they said was a better vehicle, and this better vehicle all around is a good vehicle. Have a minor mechanical issue with which at the same time should have just been fixed. Fix it, send them the bill, whatever, and customer's happy and they're happy, and it's just done deal. But no, they gotta go and fucking piss around with all of it. I got no patience for it. Yesterday was a diclofenac day for me. I think today might end up being another diclofenac day for me. The amount of fucking... My head feels like it's about to fucking explode.
I'm starting to think your migraines are all just in your head.
Yeah, well, they're not in my foot. I can definitely agree with you on that.
Okay.
Probably shouldn't
Physical-
tell them that I
Medical consultation. Go ahead and just
didn't
pay
have a
me
truck
$1,000.
for almost half a year because the transmission blew up.
What was that? Kyle?
I had F550 and my transmission blew up and I didn't have a truck for half a year.
Oh. We had the GMC Terrain with the windshield thing.
Ford took the time to warranty it.
Yeah, I've heard of that those problems too. And the thing is with those problems, they keep the vehicle there and you don't see it anyway. It's not like you're ever able to drive it if the transmission's gone in it. Yeah, I've seen and heard of horror stories about that too. It's not fun. But when we bought the GMC Terrain, they sold that to us. Then they brought it in for the AMVIC inspection, which apparently was an inspection that should have been done before they gave us the vehicle, to then turn around and tell us that after the inspection to find out that the tires that were on the vehicle failed, so they needed to be replaced. And there was a couple other little minor things that needed to be done to it. And in the process of doing that, again, I'm an ex-tire technician, so when it came out, they had this fucking extremely sticky fucking goopy shit on the wheel that they wanted to tell me was tire lube when they put it together. I went and pressure washed that fucking thing 3 times and that shit did not come off, to the point where I went to the tire shop that I used to work at, asked them for something to remove it, got a can of the stuff, brought it into the dealership and said, here you go, here's the can of the stuff that you need in order to remove this shit. You probably want to invest in it, and you're taking this shit off the wheels. I'm not fucking with it. You guys messed it up, not my problem. So I would say for a good 3 or 4 months of us owning said vehicle and paying for said vehicle, we never even seen it until several months later. That's fuck around number 1. Then for the window motor in the driver's side to fail in this vehicle, and for us to be told by the fucking finance guy that basically did the paperwork on us, said, oh, you don't need to roll the window down, you got AC and heat. Just come back in another year and we'll get you into something better. That's fuck around number 2 with the same vehicle. I flew into them basically saying, like, at no point in time should anybody ever fucking say that to somebody who bought a vehicle with you guys. It should be, we're going to try and fix this issue, not, well, you've got heat and AC, you don't need the window anyway. So at that point, I told them how pissed off I was. For them to turn around and say, well, we have this vehicle here. I think it was 30 grand.
Right now.
Yeah. That happens when the trucks are too close together. I had enough of that there the other day. But yeah, for them to then turn around and say, so the 2024 Hyundai Tucson that we got, I'm pretty sure was 30 grand. That's how much we paid for the car. I think it was 24 grand or something like that for the Chevy Terrain that we had, that we traded in for it. So we looked at it like, okay, a 2024 model for 30 grand. The only thing that was wrong with this vehicle, and the reason that they gave it to us for the price that they did, was because it had hail damage. So we're like, oh, okay, awesome. Done deal. And I'm being the mechanic that I am, I mean, there's no way, unless there's recalls, that you're going to get a fucking 2024 model for that price. And even the recalls are going to be covered by them anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So I was like, okay, nothing, well, not nothing, but almost nothing can go wrong buying a 2024 model for the price that it was, and the only thing that was actually wrong with the vehicle was hail damage. So perfect. It came with the warranty, manufacturer's warranty, and everything else. The thing had less than 8,000 kilometers on it. So the fucking thing pretty much just rolled around a little bit off the assembly line from lot to lot kind of thing, and that's about as much as the test drives maybe for when people were looking into it. The thing was barely fucking driven. So we're like, okay, we really can't go wrong with that. So we get the vehicle, and now all of a sudden, I have a minor mechanical issue that should be covered under warranty for them to go, nah, fuck you. It just feels like they go out of their way to piss off the customer at this point. And especially one that's already had a fucking issue with them before. Trying not to buy any vehicles made after 2020 for a long while. Post-COVID vehicles have been nightmares, from what I keep hearing. Well, I'm also a mechanic. So, personally, myself, now, the rumors are true. Never buy a vehicle off a mechanic, because the last thing that they want to do is work on their own vehicle. But at the same time, if there's mechanical work that causes said vehicle to be unusable, then they are gonna fix it. Like in my case, I have a 2004, I want to say 4, I keep wanting to say 3, 2004 Chevy 2500 pickup. And the problem that we're currently having with the Terrain, or the Tucson right now, is a problem that I had with my truck. And personally, I used to be anything, like, I don't want to buy anything that's even the 2020 or the 2004. I didn't want to buy anything like that because I thought that was too new with too much shit installed into it. But at this point in time, I'm just irritated with all of it. But the post-COVID thing and all that kind of stuff, it's not, I don't see any parts are parts. Like, you make an engine, you make all the parts that go with the engine. When they put it together, the engine itself, if it works, it works. And the mechanical part that's going to fail, like, you can't, it's either a mechanical issue that the person who put it together caused, which you're able to follow back on with warranty, or it was a catastrophic failure that was going to happen anyway. Like, let's say your engine block cracked something like that, that's something that's pretty much out of your control of it was going to happen anyway. So that's the way I look at it. It doesn't really matter about that part, but me personally, the way I look at it is in regards to all the mechanical parts of it. I hate the new vehicles because I'm also from, I'm only 38, but at the same time, I'm used to the old school ways of doing mechanical work, where I'm used to the kind of vehicles that you can open the fucking hood, climb in, close the fucker behind you, and still have room to work on the engine. Nowadays, you bring up on this fucking knuckle, or you can lay right across the entire hood, and nothing is going to poke at you. It's all like they try and cram so much shit in there, it's not even funny. And then they've also got all of the fucking unnecessary sensors, computers. You need a PhD in fucking rocket science in order to be a fucking mechanic nowadays. Or you just need to know how to fucking like make computers. If you can make a computer, you can be a mechanic now. It's just dumb. And it annoys me. But that's neither here nor there with that part, but it's still fucking stupid. So yeah, all the vehicles that I've ever owned prior to, well, so the GMC, the 2017 Terrain, that was the newest vehicle I've ever owned at that point, and now the 2024 is the newest vehicle that I've ever owned. And out of the accumulation of vehicles that I've owned, and I've owned an 81 Chevy pickup, 86 Ford F-150, 1987 Chevy Caprice. Out of those three vehicles, and the 2004 Chevy pickup that I've got downstairs there now, I have not had anywhere near as many mechanical issues that I couldn't just figure out or have to mess around with than I've had with the last two vehicles that were the newest vehicles that I've ever owned. Now, I'm also saying the same thing when it comes to the fact that the 87 Caprice that I owned, I've changed the transmission in that fucking thing so many times I could NASCAR it out in a half hour. I've changed it 3 fucking times, to the point where the last transmission that I pulled out of it and put back in, I did it in a half hour. I have done, well, numerous amount of brakes. The Ford pickup that I had to change bottom half of engine components, basically a whole shitload of the bottom half of the engine, plus gas lines and things like that. The 81 Chevy pickup that I had was literally a fucking spaghetti strainer when it came to trying to hold engine oil, and I never had a problem with that thing. I would literally, actually, it was with the Ford pickup that I had, I got to a point where I would drive the truck until I heard a knock. When I heard the knock, I knew I needed to add oil. If I didn't hear the knock, I didn't add oil. That was it. And I had that truck for fucking years. But all of a sudden I get a 2014 Terrain, and I have a windshield wiper motor that just outright failed for no fucking reason. And then the 2024 model, I had the windshield wiper motor, or windshield wiper transmission fucking up on it. And I think it might not necessarily be the vehicle itself that I'm having the problem with, it's the dealership and how they're going about trying to fix said issues. But At the same time, I pity any of the mechanics that ever have to work on this shit because there's no room for them to be able to do it. It's like I missed that Caprice when I literally, that's where that kind of that joke kind of comes in with the whole being able to open the hood, climb in, and close the hood behind me and still have room to work on the engine. I say that because I did it. I was in high school and literally had the hood open on the car, climbed into it, had a buddy of mine that was there with me. I climbed in, I closed the fucking hood, and had him open the hood again. After taking, well, at that time it was a picture, but I don't fucking remember where that picture went. But it was literally to take a picture to say, hey, this is how much room you have in said vehicle. Now, I graduated in 05, so that was probably in 2003, and we were making fun of the lack of engine room in the new 2003s at the time. So that just tells you what kind of... And they've gotten way more cramped, way more claustrophobic now than they did then. So, if we're making fun of it then, just imagine how fucking bad it became now. Like I said, the engineers that are coming up with vehicles now need to smack up the side of the head with a fucking brick. Or, when they engineer something, maybe have a mechanic in the fucking room to look at them and say, bad idea. That's like the simple concept behind an avoidance of what happened to the Tucson that we have. The way the wipers sit, so you got the window, the windshield, and then you have the wipers are sitting right here, like right below it. The heat, when you have the heater on, is hitting this part of the window, and the wiper is down here. All they needed to do, instead of having the wiper sit here, is have them tilt up a little bit, so that when the heat is hitting the fucking window, the heat is also heating the fucking wiper. And it will never stick to that fucking window. Problem solved. And if there was a mechanic in the room when they engineered the goddamn thing, he would have told them that. And I'm sure because the engineer would have been like, well, I didn't come up with that idea, so no, that's a bad idea. But the mechanic would have said, well, it's going to prevent us from having so many fucking returns and extra mechanical work involved to repair shit that can be completely avoidable by not even half an inch of fucking adjusting. Adjust the wipers up a little tiny bit. That's all it is. But instead, we're in this situation where the fucking wiper went down, it was fine, and all of a sudden it froze and stripped it out. Which it might not even be stripped out. It might just, apparently, according to the guy that was trying to be helpful with me, Hyundai in Edmonton, apparently it might just be a safety feature because this can happen quite frequently. Where if the wiper got stuck, the nut that holds it on can back off a little bit. So all I might have to do is go in and tighten that nut and the problem could be fixed. But again, I had to call another dealership and explain it to him as to what happened, for him to tell me, hey, this is all you might have to do to fix that problem, instead of the dealership that I bought the damn thing from could have taken the extra couple minutes and went, hey, this is probably the problem, and even just sent out their fucking mechanic and went, tightened it and went, well, so here's what we thought it might have been. We tried it, it didn't work. It's documented. Now we'll try something else, or warranty will have to come into effect on it. That's all it is. But instead, they want to turn around and look at me and say, well, because it's fucking absolutely moronic up here, but it's almost $230 an hour for mechanical work here. That's $230 for labor, not including if we have to pay for the part. Oh, you wrote another novel. Oh, what do I gotta read now? It's because engineers don't work with their hands like they used to. There's a separation between hand work and brain work. Now, pre-internet, everyone works with their hands at least a little bit and could fix their own things because other than paperwork, banking, and retail, everything was manual. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and again, like I said, I guess I would just consider myself the old school mechanic, where I used to be open the hood, listen for a noise, diagnose it by the noise or by looking at something and seeing that it's fucking broken. Nowadays, diagnosing a vehicle consists of, well, first thing you do is check the VIN number, you punch it into your stupid little fucking laptop, and then you plug the laptop into the fucking car, and then you push a button and the car comes back saying what's wrong with it. I've worked more on motorcycle engines than car diesel motor engines. They're simple though. Yeah, well, they're gone down the same fucking the wayside as well now, aren't they? I think they're gone. They're gone down the same bullshit of they still have to use a computer. Again, my biggest gripe is the 90% of a fucking car nowadays is sensors to tell you you're too fucking lazy to get out and check something. That's essentially what those sensors are. TPMS sensors, tire pressure monitoring systems. I'm too fucking lazy to get out and check my tire pressures. I'm too fucking lazy to look at my car and see if my tire is low before I go for a drive. That's what that sensor is. Exhaust sensors are, my exhaust is somewhat plugged, or my exhaust is fully plugged and I would definitely be able to hear the difference anyway, but I need a sensor to tell me this, and if this sensor fails, the vehicle doesn't work right. TPMS sensors are, my tire is sitting 3 pounds of pressure lower than it should be. I'm gonna scream every single fucking time you start this vehicle until you add 3 psi to this fucking tire. The tire's perfectly fine until you get to about 8 psi, and then you start to run into possible run flat. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned, almost all the sensors that are out there now are literally the I'm too fucking lazy to actually check my vehicle. Alright, my bike is a 2006. I want a new version of the bike, but I don't need the TCS, ABS, and stuff. Yeah, ABS is another one. I'm gonna hit the brake, and I want the vehicle to basically apply the brake for me. In whichever wheel, essentially, as far as I'm concerned, it's whichever wheel doesn't have traction is the one that's going to end up getting the brake on it. So I'm happy with my 2004, which had ABS. My ABS module had a fucking almost a fire failure, and I went into the shop because I've never messed with that part of the truck before, so I went and talked to a buddy of
Comes in
mine.
handy when you got a big GS when you're off-roading.
What, ABS? I like hitting my brakes when I
ABS
want to hit
and
the
traction
brakes.
Control. I've used it quite a bit.
I turn all of it off. I like controlling my vehicle myself. I like the ability to hit the brakes, and if the vehicle is moving still, then I let go of the brakes and I apply them again. And then if the vehicle is still moving, I rinse and repeat said process until vehicle is stopped. Instead of hit the brakes and then feel like my leg just had a goddamn seizure and still feel like I'm not getting anywhere with the vehicle. And when I say not getting anywhere, like I hit the brakes and the vehicle is not actually slowing down, even though ABS is supposed to help you on that matter. So now I'm good on the ABS and traction control. And when driving, if the vehicle starts to spin in any way, because again, I'm good driving, I know when my vehicle starts to spin because you can fucking feel it, or when it's about to start to slide and stuff like that, that's when you let go and of the throttle and all that kind of stuff. And not a lot of people catch that either. It's like traction control is, as far as I'm concerned, is the inability to drive your own vehicle. You're letting the vehicle do it for you. I really need to adjust my chat thing because it's coming up as long strips of words. Don't need the TCS, ABS, and stuff in comes standard. Upgrading all my life. My TPMS lights are always on because I don't reinstall them. I just check my tires. Yes, exactly. On bikes, you can adjust the brake cables and the throttle cables to be as stiff or soft as you want them. Not like a car. Adds a lot of personal choice. Yeah. Yeah. I get that. Like I said, 90% of the shit that goes on in the vehicles nowadays are, well, okay, another good example would be that auto fucking parallel park button, park assist button shit that they came out with. It's like in order to get a fucking license, you need to learn how to parallel park. And you need to learn how to do it properly. If you can't do it, then don't go to where you need to fucking parallel park. And if you live in an area or have to go to an area where you need to learn how to parallel park, then learn how to parallel park. The vehicle should not come with the feature of, hey, we're going to do the work for you. And that's, again, I don't mind the backup camera.
Hey, I think we really riled them up with our smartassness.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm a smartass myself, so, but it's all valid argument. You at least need better driver training in general. Yeah. Well, that's like up here as well when it comes to driver training. So, I call them NTC, which is new to Canada. Use your imagination and figure out what the fuck I'm talking about on that one. I'm not going to spell it out for anybody because I'll be labeled something if I do. But they come here, they don't have a license, or they come here with a license from wherever they came from. and they don't have a clue. And it's been reported up here to the point where drivers training places, after you spend basically so much money to get your driver's license either switched over or whatever, you essentially have to prove that you know how to drive. Spend enough fucking money, and they just give it to you. And I believe it because of the increase in mass stupidity lately when it comes to what I would call common sense driving. I know common sense doesn't exist anymore, but I still use it, and I get pissed off because a lot of people don't. But it's stuff like that where, like, it's you should either get your license because you can drive, or if you need to, pull a fucking mortgage out of them. If they want to keep spending the fucking money to try and get their driver's license and they clearly can't fucking drive, then you keep on getting them to go through the fucking course. Simple. Because at the same time, they're driving a large fucking weapon if they don't know how to use it properly. Similar in the USA, lots of fraud around driver's licenses and some. Yeah, well, it's also happening up here too when it comes to, well, it's still CDL, but it'd be different class licenses in some cases too. But your commercial driver's licenses are being handed out by. Basically, you just prove it. Apparently. Now, I watched this one on Facebook, so it is a video that is out there, but there is he was a Punjabi, Canadian-born Punjabi, I think is what it is. Again, don't quote me on that part, but his family is from somewhere over there. He was born here. He's all about the Canadian way, basically, and he went off the fucking handle about it, where apparently there's a lot of foreigners that come over here. They basically get handed a certain amount of money when they get here, and because they say that they had a driver's license of some kind over there, they're essentially given it here. It's like just a transferable thing. And because they've been given so much money when they first come here, they're given enough money to be able to essentially buy a tractor trailer. So you come here with essentially a false license and enough money to purchase a tractor trailer and slap your random fucking company logo on it, and then just go out and drive. That's what's going on as well. It's stupid. And they're just letting it happen. And I say they, the government. But I preach too much on that, and then I become conspiracy theorist, and then this becomes political, and I've been told by my wife that the politicalness should probably stop on the stream because apparently somebody got it one day and they got a little butthurt over what I was saying, which personally I really don't care. Just because I have a certain view doesn't mean it's right or wrong. And if you have a certain view doesn't mean it's right or wrong. And I have no problem talking about it, and at no point am I going to be fucking screaming or yelling at you saying you're right or you're wrong. It's it. Is it there's a certain word for debate. I have no problem debating. And at no point would I just fucking scream at you if you're, like you said, if your opinion is different than mine. But I will explain my side. Best way I can put it. It's like, here's why I think this way. And that's it. If you like it, fine. If you don't like it, fine. If you want to look at me and say anything that's like a lot of people that'll go and do the whole I disagree with your opinion and then I'm going to just start doing like personal attacks on you because your opinion is different than mine, those are the kind of people that I fly into. People are getting hurt because of the driving habits. Yeah. The driving habits, well, I guess, as funny as it sounds, but as legitimate as it is, that whole Facebook thing that came up where they were saying they were pulling people over, and if they couldn't read a children's storybook, they were losing their license. It's funny because of the fact that you're adding the children's storybook part of it, but in reality, street signs, not all street signs are symbols. There is a good portion of street signs that are written in English. And I'm saying this in regards to Canada and the States. Obviously, if you go to like Montreal, it's going to come up in French. I wouldn't know how to fucking read it, but the symbols are going to be related. But there's some cases, like the big yellow signs that says there's something, do not do this or whatever. If I can't read that, how the fuck am I going to be able to differentiate what it is that I need to do when I get there? So when they're pulling people over and saying, you need to read this, is essentially proving that they know how to read English. If you were down in Mexico and they give you that book and it's a Mexican Spanish fucking book and you lose your license, that's valid as far as I'm concerned. And in the same argument when it comes to up here, if they're handing out the book in English, or if you're in fucking Montreal, well, it's kind of different with Montreal because in Canada we are English and or French. So if you can read English, you're good across the board. If you can read French, you're supposed to be good across the board. But we also go by all of the same, essentially the same symbols. So if it says warning, you know that there's going to be something that you need to be warned about up ahead. So it's valid, and I understand completely, and I agree with it 110%. If you get handed an English book and you're supposed to be told to read it, and if you can't fucking read it, then your license is gone because you're... Well, again, another way that I would look at it too. You get pulled over by a police officer. Said police officer is asking you questions. Are you going to be able to answer them? If you can't speak or read the language, you don't understand what this police officer is asking you to do, then how are you essentially doing your job properly? Another one as well. If you're operating a tractor trailer, I mean, you don't just show up, strap down equipment, and then drive away, and then when you get to the location, drop off the equipment and just drive away. You have paperwork you need to fill out. Again, has to be in the proper language. I mean, nowadays, lately, it'll probably end up being in the right language anyway, and again, take that the way you want to take it, but... But I'm 100% agree with. If you get pulled over and you can't read you can't read what they are asking you to read, then you shouldn't have a driver's license for that. And I honestly think that if you If you come from, well, I mean, even people from the UK, okay? Good example there as well. They drive on the other side of the road, so there's different ways to approach intersections and things like that. So there's different rules to the road when it comes to being from there. So when somebody from the UK comes over here to Canada, for instance, you should come here and say, okay, I've had a driver's license. I don't care if you've had a driver's license for 30 years over in the UK. You come here, you need to do a driving test, like vehicle driving test, not just a sit down and confirm that you know the rules of the road, but an actual driving test to prove that you know how to drive here. And there should be, like, the way it was when I did my license the first time, it was the stipulations of, here's, like, let's say you have to get 70% or better and you pass. Again, that's the way they're going to tell you that it should be, but again, the way that a lot of companies around here have been doing it, it's, well, you get the 70% or better, or you've attempted this driver's license 6 times now. It's almost like you just pass by fault. Splaz, if you want to come in here and operate truck and or roller, I have no problem with you coming in here and driving them. Join the Discord, server info is there, and you can join when you can. But that's my only stipulation, is the truck and or roller until you're deemed competent or prove that you're not a troll. Because they exist and I don't like them. Oh, and nice on that last statement there. All I got to say about that is sorry. Sorry to hear about your bad luck working with our French Canadians. Because I can tell you right now, they, as far as I'm concerned, now not all of them, I have to reiterate on that as well, not all of them, but a very good portion of them are nothing but ignorant fucking assholes. They give you the attitude of, I'm better than you because I'm bilingual. And if you, yeah. Not just you. No, don't go, no, you're not that fucking special. Splaz, if you want to work for me, all you have to do is operate. So, I have no problem with you coming on here and driving truck and or roller until deemed competent, or prove that you're not a troll. Trolls exist, and I don't like trolls. And if you do want to join, all you have to do is go and join the Discord. And the server info is there. Alright. Like I said, I mean, trolls can come anywhere from whatever age they can get a hold of the keyboard up to 80, 90-year-old, just about senile and about to go into their grave too. So it doesn't matter what your age is or what you got coming to be a troll. But like I said, the it's a stipulation of the truck and a roller is the only way that I can find out how good, bad, or whatever. The Discord is in the description, or you can push !point Discord and it should come up in the chat. The link for it will. There you go. All you gotta do is click that link. And the server info will be in one of the channels there. And then once you get in here,
Welcome.
I
Okay.
will.
I'm just Blaze, by the way.
Welcome. So as soon as you get in here, I will buy the haul truck and get you to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That's the thing I do on here, and then we can go from there.
Alright, I'm gonna see how to join your game.
I'm pretty sure I got all the server info in the channel. I think the only thing that you might have to do is in Steam, I think you have to change your location to find, I think it's Canada, Edmonton, something like that.
Okay, I'll try loading in first before.
Yeah.
Just see if it will work without that.
And that's the way that I can avoid having to send everybody and their dog a friend request on Steam, is if they just
no,
look
you're-
for that.
Yeah, you're good. Okay, session name. Okay, I got it. Okay, you said I have to go to Steam and do what? Change my location.
Yeah, and it'd be, I think it's Canada, Edmonton would be the area, if I'm not mistaken. I know Edmonton is the main word that comes up there, but I can't remember if it's country or just. Might be district or something like that. Not 100% sure. I haven't had to follow it. I just remember somebody else had to do it, and that's how they told me that they did it.
I've never changed my location on Steam before, so I don't even know what to like look for.
Anybody else in here know?
No clue. Oh, airborne.
Hold on, I'm coming. I'll push you over so that you don't.
Oh, it's already dug a groove.
You think there'd be a thing where you can search, if that makes sense?
Kyle, did you see that flip?
Really? I was about to have fun flipping the thing over, and you take that away from
yeah,
me?
I've seen it.
You're not allowed to have fun.
What's with this giant. Is this also part of your little flip that you did that I'm running
Yeah.
over? Oh,
Oh yeah.
so you. Oh, oops, sorry, Kyle. Apparently you're stronger than the largest loader anyway, but.
Hmm.
Yeah, give me a second there. Is it Splays?
Yes, Blaze. You can just call me Brian.
Well, I'm horrible with names, so Splays is what I'm going to be calling you because it's written in front of me.
That's fine.
Okay, let me get the loader out of the way here, and then I'll go look and try and find out what direction I need to guide you in.
Yeah, I'm not no troll, especially not in this game, dude. This is like the most interesting game I've ever played in my life, if I want to be honest. It's like there's just so much stuff that you could do, plus there's so many more updates that they're gonna be having. So I'll admit I do troll, but I don't troll on this game. I've been literally been solo playing this game for so long, and I still don't even know anything about it. Like I'm still learning. So if like you know how to play it, maybe I could learn off of you and do my own servers and stuff. Or not my own servers, but like solo play.
I mean, even if I don't know it, I'm sure if you say it loud enough when there's enough people in here, somebody will know.
Right.
Alright, so...
I might not even be able to play. I guess I have to leave. All right. Oh, I added your Discord in it, so next time I see you, we can figure it out. Don't waste your time right now, cause I'm gonna be gone for a couple hours.
Okay. Well, if I find out it real quick here, then I can at least punch that in one of the Discord channels there, so it's there then.
I'll talk to you guys later.
Alright, have a good one.
Hope we can play soon. See you guys.
Okay. Steam settings.
Go ahead and take that one, Kyle. I'm gonna smooth some of this out.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I said I'm gonna smooth some of this out if you want to go ahead and take that one now. Thank you.
There we go. So in the welcome to server info page, there is now a thing there that tells you how to basically find the server without me having to send you a friend request. Oh, nice. The question was how to change your district, or region on Steam. Surprising enough, I actually found it out pretty quick. Not bad for somebody who's fucking damn near computer illiterate. Yes, I know, I stream. I should know more about computers than I actually do, but I don't. Yeah, I got it figured out there. I got it typed up in my Discord now so that I can not have to search it again. Because that seems to be a, well, I can't say frequent thing, but it's been brought up a couple times now. So now it is, that's a problem that is taken care of, that I no longer have to mess around with. And I just thought about it too. I don't think I got a text message back. Nope. I guess the service person did not want to relate back to my telling them that I do not want to deal with GM ever again unless I absolutely have to. And again, the area that I'm driving on is not that smooth, and I'm not that worried about it, because as soon as I get this leveled off, any spot that has solid stone, so like the area I'm about to drive over here now, this area here, or that area over here to my left, I'm going to be hitting that with explosives before we even go down into the next shelf. So it's not going to stay smooth anyway. So right now it's tolerable. And then as soon as we get this all dug out, then I'm going to be making it look like the surface of the fucking moon. And then we'll be digging with probably shovels for a little while. And when I say shovels, because I know there's some people that are still new here, when I say shovels, I mean like the cable bucket, the clamshell excavator, and the regular excavator. When it gets to a certain size of machine, of those 3 machines, out on site here in the city that I live in, they do the oil sands mine, and the equipment that's the size of what I'd be using here, they refer to them as shovels. So that's where my mentality comes from. Sebastian, what's going on, man? I heard this game was good. Make a rock quarry. Looks like I joined the right stream. Well, the map that I'm on is Iron. Hang on. Iron Mountain Pit, which the map itself actually came with a little tiny mine in it. So you're not starting from scratch when it comes to... Now, meanwhile, if you were to start off with the equipment that we're running right now with that mine, you wouldn't be able to do squat. You wouldn't be able to drive down into it. It's made for stuff like the small little wiggle wagons and the little tiny loader and all that kind of stuff. But it is definitely a good starting map as far as I'm concerned. And as you can see, because I already forgot, we have a total of 1,563 hours on this map. And that is accumulated between everybody that has played on the map, not just my hours, because my hours in total, I think I've got under 500 hours total time played in this game. And if you go to YouTube, there is a entire playlist of live streams of this map. I think the first couple of videos that are on there, there was a couple days in there that I didn't stream, that we did some work in here, but besides that, everything after that has been streamed. I haven't bothered to play this game off stream. But as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to this game, I love it. Even though I literally just said that I don't play it off stream anymore or at all, but it is one of those games that I could. If I didn't have any slight potential at all of income while streaming, I would definitely play this game off stream, not a problem. Looking into getting on PS5 if they have it. Yeah, I have no idea if they're... I know they're on Steam, but that's all I know. I have no idea if they're on any other platform. Oh, yeah, I only know of them on PC off the top of my head, but I haven't had a reason to look into it to see if they're on the other platform. They do have it set up to where you can use console controller, but I don't know if they have it set up to where you can actually play it on that console. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think it only said that it works for some of the functions. So I don't even know if they have it fully set up for the console controller. And if they don't have it fully set up on the console controller, then you probably can't play it on the console. But again, don't quote me on that. That's just me using a little bit of logic. And they might have figured it out, or they might have changed the concept on the console itself to work. Can't wait for this fog to go away. Auto-saving. Alright, well, if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer, or me. If you're on YouTube, you can like the stream. It helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put it in the comments below saying you're interested, and I'll do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove you are not a troll, and then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more, the merrier. And now, back to digging holes. Or, technically, back to removing a shelf. So that's pretty much what I'm doing. Not really digging a hole to say. I mean, it's going to be an extremely large hole later, but how's it going, Jaeger? It's going. Before the beginning of this stream was a giant clusterfuck of bullshit, but besides that, it's going good. stream is going good. The real life scenarios and all that kind of shit is what I was talking about, the clusterfuck, but besides that. How have you been? I think you've been on in a little while, or you haven't messaged, texted, or whatever in a little while. You probably lurked, but haven't heard from you in a bit, I guess would be the best way to put it. And bit lurky, yeah, a lot going on. Yeah, you don't have to tell me. I know there's lots going on with me too. Last couple days I haven't streamed because of a bunch of stuff that was going on. Headache inducing bullshit was going on. And play some games tonight. Yeah. The dig goes. It continues. I keep finding my nemesis, the solid rock, everywhere I dig, but one shelf away from getting down into the deepest part of the pit to start digging, and then that's like, then I don't have a hole here, a hole there, and all that kind of stuff. Like once what's in front of me here, in front of my bucket, is at the level of what's under my bucket.
Hey, Kyle, you took them last time. I'll take them this time.
But yeah, what's in front of my bucket, once that's gone and level to what's under my
Okay,
bucket
I'm just
now,
filling up trucks and whatever.
I will, that's when everything that the trucks are sitting in will be the lowest point. I mean, minus the crap that's going on over there. That's another day, because that's a bagger thing, and yeah. I don't want to operate the bagger. If anybody wants to operate the bagger, they can operate it all they want to, but it's definitely not something I want to do. So once that's down to that level, then we're literally digging in the pit and just digging down as far as I can possibly go. It's like I said, somebody tells me that there's fog, which is the bottom of the map, but then I've also been told that this fog, it just gets so thick you can't dig anymore. But I don't know if that means you just don't want to dig anymore, or if it gets to the point where it tells you can't dig anymore. If it's anything like in, let's say, Minecraft, where dig down to bedrock and you can't dig anymore, then if that's what it's like, then I will get down to that point and then be happy. I will hit the bottom. But if that's not the case, then we're just going to keep digging until we can't dig anymore. Yesterday, I also found out that I will be getting an appointment for another fusion surgery in my neck. So I don't know I don't know if it should be excitement or added stress, or it'll probably be a little bit of both on that one. Because again, it's spine surgery, so there's millions of different potential outcomes of that. And the two that I don't like are the either death and or waking up in a wheelchair. But again, this will be the second time I've had it done. First time, well, clearly I just came out with pain. Not as much pain as I had before I had the surgery, but I still came out with pain, and now the degenerative disc disease that I've got is doing another number on me, so that's the reason behind the fusion. But yeah. So let's see how it goes. But until then, just gonna keep on digging. And that surgery, I haven't got an actual date of when that's gonna happen either, so it's not like I can say around this time is. But I can tell you that it took me almost 6 months of physiotherapy to essentially get better from the first surgery. So there's a chance that I will be going through probably the same process. I'm just hoping it doesn't take as long. And I do not know what that will consist of for recovery of, like, sitting at the computer or being able to do any of that kind of stuff. So that's, again, some of the... We'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. But I figured I'd get the pre... Here's what I have lined up potentially here in the near future kind of thing. Just give everybody a heads up as to what to kind of expect. And thank you for the fingers crossed thing, because I mean, I'm really hoping that it alleviates a good chunk of the pain that I have, but I'm not getting my hopes up on it too much. Because like I said, when I had the original fusion done, I was expecting to come out of that one either come out fixed or come out essentially, because I didn't want to get my hopes up, either have the expectation of either be fixed or be wheelchair bound, one or the other. Come to the conclusion that it was either that or the other way, and at least that way, if I came out, I wouldn't be disappointed in the outcome, which I will go into this one the same way, and we'll just see how it goes. Like I said, the previous surgery was a fusion between the C-spine of 5 and 6 vertebrae. This one that I'll be going in for this time around will be for 6 and 7 vertebrae. And then he was also telling me that the MRI came back also telling him that there's So the reason that I'm getting the surgery, he did a reflex test on my right arm and my right leg. My reflexes worked the way they were supposed to. And then he went over to my left arm and left leg, and instead of it doing the quick kick like a regular reflex would, my arm and leg kind of did the little flop around like a fish out of water. It's like it wanted to do it, but it didn't quite do what it was supposed to. And when he did the reflex tests, I looked up at him, he looked at me, and gave me this like concerned look. So then he went in, found out that that's what's going on there. And also, because, like I said, the MRI came back showing that there is a herniated disc in between 6 and 7, but there's also a herniated disc in between 4 and 5. But because of the 6 and 7 one, he said he can do that, and there's a chance that 6 and 7 will alleviate the need to come back and do 4 and 5. But at the same time, if I'm going to end up needing to come back anyway because of the degenerative disc disease, there's a chance that I'm going to end up having to come back. So doing the surgery may help for a little period of time, but not doing the surgery, I might not have to come back. And at the same time, even if he did do the surgery, there's a chance that I'd end up having to come back anyway. So he's saying that he's only doing one of them. It's kind of confusing and a little bit of like running around the thing a little bit, but at the same time, the way he explained it made sense. It's just hard for me to re-explain it to make sense. But I have apparently what is called a myelopathy, and that I also have from the previous surgery. So I've been dealing with a myelopathy ever since around 2021. So in 2018 was when I had the surgery done, where he alleviated the disc pressing up against my spinal cord. But the problem that occurred was the disc was pressing up against my spinal cord for so long that when he removed the disc, the spinal cord area didn't bounce back the way it was supposed to. So it's acting almost like it was still compressed, and there's not really anything he can do. It's not like he can go in for surgery and pull out that area. The last thing he wants to do is touch the spinal cord. So that is what it is. And then in this case, because I have another herniated disc pressing up against my spinal cord, there is another myelopathy that is causing the issues that I have now, on top of the issues that I was already having. So it's quite fucking complicated. And for some reason, nothing can be simple when it comes to me. I mean, half the time when I see this going on with the trucks, I just think to sit here and wait for it to fill itself up. Like, that truck is half full now, and I only put one scoop into it.
Okay, then.
Well, it seemed to have filled itself up from the other truck next to it. Which, if anybody is feeling any lag, that's the reason why. Ugh. Hmm. Alright. A good chunk of this removed already. fine. I didn't want to put another dump in that truck anyway. It's like you ran off just so that I couldn't. See him coming. I'm gonna take off now. Right.
I'm gonna dump this truck, then I'm gonna hop off.
Okay.
Okay.
Auto saving. And on that note, I will be right back.
Okay.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I'll put that loader away. How's it going, Vastovia? Vasto, still a great game though. Oh, have they improved the vehicle physics at all? That kind of killed it for me. Everything felt a little too floaty. The only thing that, as far as I'm concerned, is the dozer and grader. It's the two things that I find are, they're still off. But besides that, I mean, I don't find it too floaty. And I might have started playing this after they fixed whatever issues you're talking about, but I don't, it doesn't feel floaty to me. Like I said, I think the only thing that this game's off with in regards to the equipment would be the dozer and the grader. And the reasoning behind that is just the dirt mechanic of how the machine pushes dirt and how it holds it up and how it actually shows you where and what dirt is in front of the machine or under the machine. Because as soon as you push dirt with the dozer, you can see a little bit of dirt in front of the dozer, but then if you lift the bucket up, there's a chance that you're going to have a mountain underneath you. And the same thing with the grader. But I mean, with this machine, I haven't had a problem using the shovels and that kind of stuff. I haven't had a problem either. And again, like I said before, when it comes to me saying shovels, it's not the hand thing that whoever came up with it really outdone themselves on the literalness of go smack that with a hammer or smack that with a shovel. But I mean like the cable bucket excavator or the clamshell excavator or the large excavator would be, I would call the shovels. And I haven't had a problem with them. I haven't had a problem with the loader either, like the loading. There's the occasional time when you pick up a bucket full of dirt with the loader, if you happen to have, like if it's full and you come back and just catch a little tiny bit more in it, sometimes it does that replicative or duplicating of dirt thing. But again, there's little, like I said, there's little tiny glitches and stuff like that, but for what's in the game and for the game itself, it's still really, really good. I don't add people to Discord, you add yourself. Link in the description. I'll state that even if you are a spam account. Those are and great. Dozers and graders are getting an update. Oh. Yeah, it's just a matter of when. And that update could come out tomorrow. That update could come out next month. I know the so I have followed a little bit in regards to what Split'n 2 Gaming, the game tester slash YouTube streamer and video producer and all that. He was talking about it where he was planning on making a Dozer video and he was told directly by a dev not to, because of the fact that they are coming out with new stuff about it, but he wasn't told when. And the way he was saying it was that way too. It's like he was told not to, but he's also had moments where they tell him not to, they don't come out with anything for months. And then there's also other times that he's told not to because the next day the thing came out. Now this was like a week ago or something that he was talking about him being told not to. So I think I saw a stream of his recently where he was saying, yeah, it was only a couple streams ago that I think I caught it on, that he was talking about how he was talking to a dev about him possibly making the Dozer video, and that the dev that he was talking to basically just told him not to because of the fact that they should be coming out with an update, an update on the Dozer and the grader. As for what that update consists of, I have no idea. And with me, it's when it comes out is when we find out. Unless, of course, it costs money. If there's an update that needs to be like an expansion or something, then it's gonna take me a little bit to be able to afford it.
Mom's home with dinner.
Okay. And then there was one. Alright, well, if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, click that thumbs up, like the stream. It helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments below saying you are interested, and I will do what I can to get you the server info. I ask that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove you are not a troll, and then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more the merrier. Now we get back to digging. Oh, fuck's sakes. I think this machine has a, once you get to a certain hour marker, I honestly think it just starts to eat the fucking parts in it. Say regular consumption of the parts at, let's say, 10 hours, 12 hours, it starts to progressively get worse and worse and worse until, like in my case, 39 now, it's just chewing on these parts like there's no tomorrow. More hours equals more parts. Yeah, but where did you hear it though? Oh, that's what I'm thinking. It's like the more hours that are on a vehicle, on this machine, like this machine right now, I know you can't see it, it's under my camera, but it's at 39.4 hours. And I honestly think the hour meter, when it hits, let's say, anything before 10 hours, this stuff here, like you see how it says condition 10.9, yeah, failed 3 times yesterday and it's at 25. I that's what I got a feeling that it's doing. Like right now, I am only putting built equipment in, so a brand new piece of built equipment comes in at 85% condition instead of 100% like high performance would be. But I'm beginning to think that if, let's say, it takes 1 condition per, let's say, hour worked. I know those numbers are not going to add up very well, but let's say one condition per hour, and then the machine suddenly becomes, at 10 hours, it's now consuming these parts at 3 condition per hour. Like that's what it feels like it's doing. Now it might not, and it might just be my mind playing tricks on me, but at the same time, I have found a lot of the machines that I barely used are not breaking on me as often. Yeah. It's like the older the machine, the more I'm replacing parts on it. Now, I mean, in reality, that makes sense. Not constant, but we notice. We aren't tracking condition per hour, only different parts per day. I'm also wondering if keeping it washed helps. Yeah, I don't know about that either. I think I tried to do that with one of my trucks there a little while back. Like every time I got a chance to notice that it was getting dirty, I washed it, and I never really noticed any kind of a difference in the paint condition wearing off any faster. But again, I don't really bring out a calculator to see, but it's probably something I should ask Split next time he decides to pop his head around here. As if he happened to notice it, or if he happened to be told yes or no, that's not the case, or... Because off the top of my head, I don't know exactly where I would go to look to see where to find the answer to that question either, so... It's usually the best time for me to get my answers is when he comes in. Which is probably why he hasn't come in very often, because every single time he comes in here, I bombard him with like 1,000,001 questions. But he's also been focusing on his stream too, so I don't blame him on any of that. In 5 games day, in 5 game days, 10 wear parts, 7 injectors, 7 turned into, and the numbers decline from there, all high quality parts. Oh, you're saying what you've had, or what you're probably trying to keep track of by the sounds of things? Yeah, I haven't been anything close to trying to keep track of it, but I mean, just in this stream alone, I've had to replace the hoses. I've replaced the ECU and the turbo, so I mean, they're obviously, and it might even be like, so 0.9. So I'm gonna break down here in a little bit when the battery decides to crap out on us, but because it's at 0.9, I wouldn't be surprised if it's about to do it like right away here, but 10 hoses, 4 wear part, yeah. Well, you've been keeping track a hell of a lot more than I have, but like I said, the closest thing to me keeping track right now is what I have in my pocket is what was broke. Yeah, I need data for system planning. I get nerdy about it even though money is easy. Yeah. I'm just typical operator brain. I drive their dig. Dump truck full, empty. and the typical mechanic brain, not engineer brain, where it's the vehicle is broken, but I am noticing a trend in it feels like it's happening more often with this machine than it was before, and that I have a feeling is because of the amount of hours. But at no point am I going to sit down and go, oh, well, I need to keep track of, like, what you've done. I mean, all the power to you. But there's no way that I would be doing that. There's just way too much thinking for me. But yeah, I'm just physically seeing a trend. The truck, or the machine, seems to be breaking down more frequently now than it did when I first got it, or like the one that M was driving over there. I noticed it doesn't break as frequently as this thing does. And the same thing happened with the shovel that I was using up there. It was first little while it was fine and dandy, and then all of a sudden, poof, it started to really started to break down more frequently. I would love Eve, or the number cruncher over there, Nice, would like Eve. Because I'm pretty sure Eve is a whole lot of fucking parts. I played it for a whole day. And it wasn't the parts that was actually, yeah, it wasn't the parts that was what got me into not really wanting to go back to it. It was the complicated flying. But again, I was also trying to do it with keyboard and mouse. And at that time, it was just horrendous. Now, whether I could get the controller to configure to it would be a different story. I'd probably think about going back to it again then, but it was a game that I would have liked to get into. But again, like I said, because of the almost like 6-axis type flying, I couldn't get into it with the keyboard and mouse setup that I had. Basically, spreadsheets, TS, and a few spaceships. Yeah. Good to know. I always just feel like a small solo fish against the giant clans and groups. Yeah. Well, that game, you're definitely part of a larger group of everybody that's on the same page as you. Like I said, it wasn't really the number crunching part that got me away from it, or the need to replace parts and things like that. Like, I got no problem with that if I know or have an idea of how to get it and that kind of stuff. But the difficulty of flying with the controls that I had, I just couldn't grasp it. And I think that was around the same time I started playing Escape from Tarkov. So, oh, it's definitely multiplayer. Yeah, I think they needed to add the so MMORPG is massive multiplayer online. I think they should have added an extra M for the massive part, the or E, extra massive multiplayer, because the map that they have in that game is insane for size. I can't try it right now, or I might get lost in it. I mean, if you get lost in a game, that's not a bad thing. It's knowing when to get back to life is just the bad thing. So when people get too addicted to a game and they forget that life actually exists, that they have to actually go back to, and just playing games is not the answer to everything. Unless, of course, you can make a career out of it or anything like that, then by all means. But it's the knowing the difference between extreme with really enjoying something and it becoming an addiction, enjoying something. Yeah. Like I said, it's the knowing the difference. It's like there's people out there that are functioning alcoholics, and I state that because my uncle is one of them. He is able Well, in the morning, he'll go to work, he'll do what he needs to do to go to work, but then as soon as he is off of work, he has to basically become hammered. Same thing. He knows the difference between. Well, he knows the addiction, he knows it's there, but at the same time, he also does what he has to do in order to be able to afford said addiction. Not saying it's good or bad, I'm just saying it is what it is. I'll fill up that last truck and then I'll focus on emptying these guys out. see how good full this is. Yeah. I agree with that too. It almost seems like every other day I get on here and I've got 4 or 5 games that need updates. Or every, let's say, 3 or 4 streams I get on here and I hit the button stream and it's like, can't do that, your graphics card needs an update. That's like, you fuck's sakes. Yesterday it was just fine. What the fuck is the problem now? Like, so. Alright, well, if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, click that thumbs up, like the stream. It helps the channel out a lot. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you want to play on the map that I'm currently playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments below that you're interested, and I'll do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove you are not a troll. Then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. And as an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. If possible, I'd also like to ask you to share the stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more the merrier. Now, let's get to emptying out this truck. And while I am also at it, because I am just noticing, I do not know why somebody did it. There's no reason to have a GPS on a fucking haul truck. It's not like you can use the GPS to tell you which machine you're getting in and out of, or able to label it or anything with it. It's just tells you your heights, and it's absolutely unnecessary for a truck that literally just drives on whatever height is there anyway and can't do anything about it. It's the equivalent of sticking a GPS on a roller. There's no purpose behind that either, because it's only going to roll as smooth or flat as it can roll. And yet there is one on both of those. I don't know why. Oh, ow. Oh, just now thinking about it. I better go double check and see. I'm hoping I don't have a giant mess up there. I'm hoping that everything that is just that says that it's getting sold there, I'm hoping is due to just the fact that the thing is full and just overfilling through the elevator over here. And once I get to it, you'll know what I'm talking about. So I'll dump this. Good. And you are full of tailings, dirt, one gravel. I don't need the gravel, so. So I can probably dump that in there. Alright. So I got lots of tailings to do the haul road with. I just don't physically want to do the haul road. And there is... Okay, so it's filling. Once it hits 99... And now I'm making money. Okay. So if I could only take this and put it there. But yeah, I got enough tailings to do the whole haul road now, I'm sure. Much. Everything else do I got here? There's not much of anything else being put through. This. Oh. Gold. Silver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2. Alright. So store, sell. I don't need the 1 gravel. So 1,352,000,029. I could put the GPS over in the shop. Okay, maybe I made it a couple mil. Alright, there we go. Let's go grab that truck and bring it back. Alright, I think in the next 15 minutes I'm probably gonna be calling it there. Actually, I think I'm gonna dump these trucks. Once I'm done dumping these trucks, I'm gonna wash them all too, so once they're done, I got a fucking headache really kicking in here now. It sucks. Actually, now that my mic is a little more able to pick up my volume a little better, you can probably hear my neck cracking a lot better now too. I don't know how good that's supposed to be, but... Did you want me to sign in to help out everything? It's up to you. And I'm not putting the trucks away as much as, like, usually I would put them all the way up there. I'm just putting them back here, but washed. At least that way I don't have to stage them all again. Well, at least my neck is coming up on stream now. Now, whether it wasn't doing it before or not is a different story too, but I don't know. Did I not see you log in on here, Em? Ah, there we are. Literally looking at the wrong time.
Oh hell, they're all empty.
No, they're not. The first two that are washed, the white one and the red with neon blue, those two are empty. Purple and the three going up the other way are not.
Even I jumped in and it's still empty.
Yeah,
It says overload.
yeah.
That's weird.
If you get it to the dump, and then as soon as you dump it, it'll show up in the box. It might also be because when you logged out, those trucks weren't full, and then when you log back in, they were. So it might only be going by what your side recorded, kind of thing.
I don't know. But on your stream, I can see they're full.
Yeah. But that's because I haven't logged out or logged back in with them, with any of that changing either, right? Kind of like if I logged out and you were able to stay on and filled 3 trucks, and then I logged back in, all of a sudden those 3 trucks were full on my screen, or they were empty when I logged out and then they were full when I logged back in. The game might not have recorded the fact that they were full. Now, if the truck showed that it was full or empty at that time, and as soon as you dumped it, I bet it suddenly showed the full load in it, didn't it?
Yep, it did.
Yeah. Yeah, that's happened to me before. Alright, have a good one, Nice. Thanks for stopping by. I gotta get to bed. It's way past my bedtime. I'll see you then. Alright, have a good one there, Jaeger. Again, thanks for stopping by. Alright. So yeah, I'll try and be on again tomorrow. Just gonna try and see if I can alleviate some of this fucking headache. Yeah, we can leave all this here. I've already sprayed it down.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, so that's gonna be it for tonight.
I hope your medicine works quick and fast for you, bud.
Oh, me too. Alright, I'm out of here.
Okay, bud. Bye.
Have a good one. Alright, well, if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things you gotta do depending on what platform you're watching me on. If you're on Twitch, don't forget if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and get a free subscription to your favorite streamer or me. If you're on YouTube, click that thumbs up, it helps the channel out a lot. And if you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. When I'm online, if you are interested in playing on the map that I am playing on, all you have to do is put in the comments and say that you are interested, and I'll do what I can to get you the server info. All that I ask is that you operate truck and or roller until deemed competent or prove you are not a troll, and then I can get you into bigger and better equipment. As an incentive, I will buy a new haul truck and give you the opportunity to paint it whatever colors you want to paint it. That truck will then be yours for the duration of you playing on this map. I also ask, if possible, that you share this stream with anybody and everybody that you know that might like this kind of content. The more the merrier. And I should be back on again tomorrow at 11 o'clock Mountain Time. And for those of you who hate time zones as much as I do, it is 4:01 p.m. my time. So until then, have a good one.